We're going to try something a little different here. To the best of my ability, try to explain some of this information on the screen here. Gold, used to pay your troops. Is number of troops by 10. Is there seasonal wage? Food, used to feed your populace and your troops. Population, you hire people out of the population pool. The economic rating of the town. Country. Agricultural. Supposed to be a pig, I reckon. And loyalty. Nice little picture of the area. No idea what this is. The policies in place and defense is here. No idea what that does. Doesn't seem to make a difference in battle. Might be against natural disasters. And the specialty of that. How many units we have, their arms, which is pretty much just their number of arrows. Every 10 is another shot, and their training. If we had any alliances, they'd be in there. We are Minamoto. For quite some time, we will be Minamoto. A scale of E to A. Hey, Misty. How are you? On a scale of E to A, you have four stats. How good are you at politics, which indicates how much a given task will cost out of your body points available to use. How good you are at war. Leadership, which is pretty much just giving out commands in battle. Nocturne. And charm is how good you are politically. This is a really good game. There are no retro achievements for this yet. You could even poke at Hojo and see, Hojo. He's a pretty good advisor. We are in Japan. We have 7 samurai. Samurai, I believe, are the only thing you can recruit in Japan. If we had alliances, they would be here. And look at our generals. There's an easier way to do that. We have 3 children, Ohime, Yori, and Samanhime. And then our various goods. There's just a list of generals button here. So we have Yoshitsune, who would be a good warman. Fantastic warman, nearly perfect. Noriyori, good names here. Yoshitoki, solid across the board. Yoshimori. Kajiwara, Hatakeyama, Mayura. You could view other nations around you with the lens. We'll get to that. You can see overall where are the merchants. The treasure chest is where they are stationed. The Uyghurs live there on 7. The Islamic merchants live in the Middle East. Makes sense. The Chinese live, surprisingly, in China. And the Venetians live in Italy. As a kid, I had no idea what Venetian was. This word also baffled me as a child playing this. I played this a ton as a kid. It's one of the few games we owned. I actually had to Because world conquest here is not unlocked when you start up the game, this is a new, different emulator than I used before. Rather than figure out how to get a 5-year-old save to transfer over, I just did a quick speed run of the initial map. Actually beat it in like 6 years, game time. Took about an hour. You can view all your territories here, just as a nice overview. Easiest thing to do is have Jamuga just submit to Temujin, and then just use that to rampage through everything. And you can see all the information about all the units. For example, your garbage man with sword. Don't know why there's a picture of the next guy below there, but Spirit has something to do with how easily they break in battle, get confused. Mobility is how far they can move. How good you are at punching, charging, ranged attacks, receiving attacks. Weird that this is its own stat. I'm not sure how all these play together, and it won't really matter because we are the samurai. Our goal is just to get the heck in there. This might be indicating how they can receive a charge. Like maybe there are units. Like knights are terrible at combat. You wouldn't really want to take a lance into battle and then poke someone with it. You want to charge with it. The Mamelukes figure out how to do it. They have arrows, but it's not their first option. And the namesake of the game, in every way, the Mongols are better. The nomads are your cheap man's, the poor man's Mongol. There are horses. There are horses, I say as I look. Everywhere there's a horse. There are elephants. Elephants, sadly, are not particularly great. They can sure take a hit. A horse charging into an elephant. There's the catapult, which is kind of a joke unit. It gets a couple shots, but if anything gets close to it, the red is a nice indicator. The red means it can confuse an enemy when it lands a hit. You've got basic shooter, basic punchman, slightly better. By slightly, I mean it's don't do it. Put down whatever weapon you were using and pick up a longbow. And then this is more of a lateral upgrade. They had to fill out the 4x4 grid here somewhere. And then there's the gun, which is somehow worse than a catapult. If you see those, you know you're in for a good time. So much to go over. Okay. First thing we need to do is we need to set up our policies. For we are isolationists. We do not wish to be a part of any of this nonsense going on out there. Going to let the population grow. Usually I drop this down to nothing because I don't plan to be anywhere for long. Certain terrains are better at agriculture over farming and herding. One of the only places that are actually better at herding than agriculture is the steppe, where there's large swaths of land. So unless you're in Mongolia, you want to lean more into agriculture than herding. Overall, how do you want your investing to go? Into the economy. I didn't ask you it again for some reason. I don't really sure why. Defenses don't really do anything as far as I can tell. I've looked into it too. Every guide is also like, And then if someone else was in charge of this place, how would you want them to quality units here in Japan. It's the only unit you can have. And do you want to tell them to just give up if anyone threatens them? It's an option. Why? Why? I don't know. People aren't particularly happy at the moment. Really, I feel like they both do that. These are just different ways that we can create policies like we just did. We can let the advisor do it. It costs more to have him do it. Yeah, the advisor is... Sadly, there's no just invest button. It's really weird, and it's important you have a good advisor. He's a B with 12 body. He's pretty good. We have an equivalent in Yoshitoki there. We'll be on the eye. We'll be looking out for better advisor. Cancel policies. Change just one part of a policy. You can reallocate labor. Demand tribute from the people. If you're really bad, you're in a really bad spot, you could collect a special tax. Make the people hate you. You can give back to the people. People do better when they're fed. We had other places we could order them to do stuff. We could threaten, ally, or try to extort a neighboring nation. Change a governor, change an advisor. We could hunt for generals in our own country. Promote a prince. So Yori, of our 3 children, Yori's the only boy. We need boys. We need men. We have 2 daughters, Ohime and Samahime. Oh, it's a newborn. Oh, congratulations, Minamoto. And this is the go bang your wife button. Try to make another one. The only time that is guaranteed to not work is if she just gave birth. So because she just gave birth, there's no reason to go see your wife. Really. Here's the market button. If there was a merchant here, you could push that button. Go visit merchants. L and R scrolls through the different screens here. We'll get to them all eventually. Invade. Move units. Move yourself. Move stuff. Kick units out. Train. Hire. As we can see here, we can only hire the samurai here in Japan. Japan has never heard of these other units. Everyone owns a horse. No one's on foot. Japanese bowmen. What? What is this? And info, if we were using. Let's go ahead and look at our neighbors. Here in Korea, Mingzong, Chohonhon, Chochonhon. There you go, Korea. Who starts off in a much better place than we do in every metric. But with some pretty shitty units. Led by some pretty shitty people. And over here, Zhaozong, the economic powerhouse, which is appropriate for this time, this date here. Zhaozong, this emperor, with his 6,800 people and tons of stuff, tons of food, ratings off the chart, defenses off the chart, whatever that means. All sorts of everything. And just for fun, we poke all over here. Richard I, Lionheart. Appropriately, the people of England not particularly thrilled. Better than you'd expect. There's another scenario where his brother John's in charge, then the loyalty is tanked. Richard I getting ready to head out on his crusade. But while the Lionheart was not a bad ruler, the fact that he left his people to go all the way around to invade the Middle East was why they gave him an E. That's terrible politics. You tanked your country was doing well, and you tanked everything. Your entire country went to shit because you took all your fighters and all the king's horses and all the king's men and sent them to Jerusalem several times. It cost this man like 10 points to go to war, be even. Like, there's nothing else you can do. He is charming, he's great at war, he's young and full of spirit. Didn't get that A in leadership because he failed in his crusade. Go ahead and overwrite. Yeah, there's my, I beat the first scenario by spring of 1194. It was a really fast run. Now, here's the rudest thing about setting a diplomacy. When you change politics in a nation, not only does it cost a lot, but it doesn't go into place until your next turn, and you say no. Your advisor has to set it up for you. You spend one whole season of the year telling him what you want. Like, it's 4 turns or a year. It's by seasons. Spend a whole quarter of the year telling him how you want things run, and then he spends another quarter doing it himself. has fought Kiev, Russia into history, correct. Kiev again will never again be Russia. From Korea, Mingzong demands you pay tribute. What do you think, Hojo? They should pay us tribute. Aijimemashite. So on the top right you have the season, you have the year, and then the prominent number here is what are the going rates at the market. There are 4 merchants. In green are the ones that are around. The Uyghurs have made their way over here already. Oh, the Venetians are really out there. Let them go. Some competition out here. And just, you know, to make the Koei games even more wild with the numbers, each individual merchant has different rates for all the goods. So at 1.8 rates, Uyghurs will buy silk at 3.6. Chinese only at 2.3. The Chinese no silk. So if we had fur, the Uyghurs wouldn't want it, the Chinese would. That's actually a really good rate. I will sell my silk. How clean is that? Delicious. Has our child aged up? Not yet. We'll go bone our wife when we can get her pregnant. Right, people are happy. Stuff is good. Oh, markets. Selling, buying. Now there's one you can, let's take a look. The good list. I think there's a way to view the goods list. Maybe not. So we've got fur, silk, gems. Gems are usually really good everywhere. It's just not many places make them. Jewelry, glass, ceramics, woodwork, medicine, textiles, spices, food. And if you buy, there's one extra thing you can buy. And that's arms. You can buy... It says arms, it's pretty much just arrows or just ammunition. From merchants, you can also buy things that aren't like local to your terrain. So we could use merchants, we could use mercenaries. The other upside to mercenaries is that they don't draw from your population. I thought about that. We're gonna watch our defenses tank really hard. No, seriously, you can hit China from here with it. Karakitai. So in a way to be able to fund, that's the Holy Roman Empire. This is not they resurrected the 1,000-year-old. It's the Holy Roman Empire. It starts in Germany with Charlemagne. A real power move would actually be wait until China does that, because China's strong enough to pretty much pounce on someone almost immediately. Then throw everything you have into China and then set up shop there and just build up and wait. And they won't invest every time. It's a really good drawing. But we are on our own island. We are the only island aside from England. We want nothing to do with any of that. That looks dangerous. That looks upsetting out there. Viet and Tali. I'm curious how off the rails everything is gonna go. This is isolationist Japan. We are going to be sitting here. Maybe if there's nothing for... It's definitely, let's see, is our daughter grown up a little? Yeah, so we can get back to, when you push the heart button, spend time with family. I've missed you so. Everyone has a wife. For a lot of the time, the wives are drawn really well. Some of these rulers have very questionable wives. One of them has like, it almost looks like the ruler with a wig. Other notable mentions out here. Philip II. You know, that 12th century France, and everyone was having a great time. Everyone's happy, everyone's fed, everything's abundant. I suppose that actually probably was a good time. That was the Capetian Kingdom. And Fred of the Holy Roman Empire. There he is, 61-year-old Fred. Well, Typhoon. That's gonna happen a lot. Well, France didn't fall apart every time they did. I want to say that France wasn't part of the Children's Crusade. You know, let's feed the people after all that. Whoops. Yeah, I gave them here one piece of food for everyone. Try that again. There. Everyone is happy. William II of Italy. Doesn't look Italian to me. Over here you have... What? Oh right, they invaded 2, and then 2 got invaded. I guess they cut down Temujin. Well, the Mongols are done. E-politics, 8-body. I'd really like to see us buy low, sell high. I'll give this man at least one chance a year to actually invest. Maybe he's doing it under the hood. Sometimes he asks. Yeah, our agriculture's going up. With China right there. Now, from my understanding, none of these have anything to do, actually, with the success rate. So, Frederick Barbarossa of the Holy Roman Empire. He died in 1190, so the clock is ticking there, old man. He was drowned. He was elected King of Germany. Yeah, invest in trade. Whatever, what does that mean? I guess in the economy? He was crowned King of Italy, then Emperor by the Pope. He was the one who flipped it from Germany into the Holy Roman Emperor. He went by Barbarossa because he had a red beard. Oh no, what should we do? Greedy vulture. The rates are really sticking up there, huh? Ma'am. Ma'am, please. Don't. Now, here's a good thing your wife can do. Your wife knows these people. Yoshitoki here is not to be trusted. She is correct. If we put this man in charge of land, he will most likely defect. And he has a higher chance of defecting to an enemy if they were to try to persuade him mid-fight. That's such a trustworthy face. Look at that smug 24-year-old. Great stats. So there's two things we could do with this guy. We could either get rid of him, or make him loyal by bringing him into the family. These star asterisks mean these guys are related to me. Noriyori. There are a lot of powerful portraits in this. And Yoshitsune. Very powerful portraits. Wow. This guy came in full gear for portrait day. They're most likely related by blood. Or, yeah, probably by family. But we could add an asterisk to his name. If we just married off one of our daughters to him. Let's see what's going on in the Middle East. Salah al-Din of the Ayyubids. Let's learn a little bit about Salah ad-Din. The Sultan of Egypt. Died in 1193 in Damascus. The founder of the Ayyubid dynasty. He was the first sultan of both Egypt and Syria, an important figure of the Third Crusade. Dang, he is effective. And handsome. Look at that portrait. He looks like pretty much every man nowadays. He had the facial hair before it was cool. At the height of his power, the Ayyubid realm spanned Egypt, Syria, Upper Mesopotamia, the Hejaz, Yemen, and Nubia. Quite impressive. And there's Guri. I like that Scandinavia is not even on here. It's too cold. No one would get up. No one would go up there. Now, one thing you can do, you have the money to do it. Very easy way to... It's not gaming the system. It's the way they intended it. Go to the Chinese. Nice. Buy all the silk you can. Take that silk. Sell it to the Uyghurs for more than you bought it from the Chinese. If they're both in town, that's an instant way to make money. There are probably even more powerful ones you could do with the other merchants. This is the one I discovered as a child. Let's learn about you. Zhao Zong of Nansang. Alright, there were two of them. There were two Zhao Zongs. That's... Alright. That would be the Song Dynasty one I want. Emperor Zhao Zong. Preface, I'm going to be mangling all of these languages and all of these words. You want to know a lie? No thanks. We're fine right here. Although there's no real... What alliances do is you cannot attack your ally cannot attack you. That is it. There's no reinforcements, there's no breaking alliances, that's all it is. There was a Romance of the Three Kingdoms game I also played in the Super Nintendo that had more in-depth alliance mechanics. I also played that a lot, but I, for the life of me, cannot remember what that game was and have not played it since I was a child. And every time I have time to think about it and look it up, I just forget. Because I prefer this one. Getting some 420 goal food this season. And when your children reach the age of 10, there's something you can do with them, like visit them at home. This country in the Sahara with 2 units. A Mameluke and a light infantry. It's just these two guys. It's these two guys, their leader, and this man with a sword. That's your entire country. Just 2 guys living in the desert. They're Emperor Zhaozong of Song. Personally named Zhao Sen. Courtesy name Huan Yong. Sounds more like they just misspelled his name several times across history. So when your son reaches level 10, age 10, you can promote him to be a general in your army. 6-year-olds are too young to be a general. When your daughters are age 10, you can arrange their marriage to anyone, such as Yoshitoki, and now he'll be loyal to us forever. It's only a 12-year age gap. Hojo leaves for the wedding. He's polite like that. It's a quiet ceremony. Richard I. He's attacked Philip. The Lionheart has struck. It took him that long to get up the political points to leave England. Blood has been shed. Emperor Zhaozong started his reign in 1162 when his adoptive father and predecessor, Emperor Gaozong, abdicated and passed the throne to him. Even though Emperor Gaozong became a retired emperor after his abdication, he remained the de facto ruler. So Emperor Zhaozong only took full power in 1887 after his death. After ruling for about a year, Emperor Zhaozong followed in his footsteps and abdicated in favor of his third son, Zhao Dun. What I get from this article is that is how emperors chose who was going to be in charge. While you're still the emperor, you step back and let the other guy take the reins while you're there to help him out. But you're still the kind of the guy in charge. It's not the shitty child you picked. The guy only had full power for a year. We have an entire country, you bloodthirsty lady. Oh no, not the two guys. Richard is on a rampage. Emperor Zhaozong of Song was remembered as an effective ruler as the Song dynasty enjoyed prosperity during his reign. Dude, I said you could buy arms. I didn't say clean out. I guess I should have been more specific about how much. We're okay at the moment. They'd be hard-pressed to beat me 12 samurai on my own town. You don't trust Kamigawa? Kajiwara? You don't trust this guy? Four elephants. Whenever I play, I always 100% grab as many elephants as I can. I love the idea of war elephants. It's in no way, shape, or form practical. Just really cool. Merchants, just in time. Welcome, Sumijikano. Goodbye, Kajiwara. My wife doesn't like you. Goodbye. Yo, look at that hat. Tell me more about Mahmud Nasir. Mahmud, I wonder if that's short for Muhammad. What's up, Korea? No. Alright, Muhammad II of Khwarazm. He was the Shah of the Khwarezmian Empire from 1200 to 1221. He was subjected to the Mongol conquest, which resulted in the utter destruction of his empire. Yeah, in real life, the Mongols started about here and quickly took over everything until you hit like the mountains. in Europe, where much of your wealth is determined by like how many horses you owned. When in Mongolia, everyone has horses. How many horses do you have to take care of is more of it. Mayura is untrustworthy. Good, but let's take a look at Mayura. Mayura looks like he's kind of keeping to himself. See, he seemed kind of nice. I don't know. I wonder if they had like some sort of sprite generator for this, or if there's just hundreds of hand-drawn fellas here. Over there, Alfonso. I guess I can see him being a Spaniard. Over there in Castile. Should be protected from that. Route. Ocean or side. First we get hit with a typhoon, so we get too much water, and now not enough. Oh, Castile is on the move. How are the merchants doing? Islam's just sticking his... I like the way Islam thinks. It's gonna hang out over here. Don't mind me, you guys. So you're 12 body B politics. So you're the same. I don't trust Yoshimori either. I think my wife is working against me. Goodbye, Yoshimori. Seppuku for you. Al Nasir, his brother, in a wall. Looks like a regular guy. We may as well not even be on the board. We're just here to watch all you guys destroy yourselves. I'm curious how wild the map can go if we decide to just not participate. The only thing we have to make sure we do is survive any invasions make sure we have an heir. Yuri's a mischievous boy. That's my son. My son turns into a gremlin sometimes. Hojo, you're doing alright for now. I'm not gonna replace Hojo with someone just as good as him. I find better, though. Congratulations, baby girl. Name my daughter. Oh, what a beautiful name. Dude man, bro. You demanded tribute, so we sent you a typhoon. So you wouldn't want to date? You wouldn't date someone with a weird name, like Dude Man, bro? People are happy. Wait a minute. Is our wife the advisor's, like, sister? Her name's also Hojo. Bountiful. They get a harvest and immediately typhooned. So let's learn a bit more about Minamoto here. Minamoto no Yoritomo. Was the founder and the first shogun of the Kamakura shogunate, ruling from 1192 until 1199. Also the first ruling shogun in the history of Japan. He was married to Hojo Masako, who ruled as regent after his death. She takes over for us. She was a powerful politician who exercised significant power in the early years of the Kamakura period. She was the mother of Yori and Sanetomo. There is some history in this, outside of the Mongolians. That is, yeah, he ends up being one of the leaders, according to this, of the actual shogunate. Oh, he's mischievous and charming. Oh no. I have so much body power I wish to do nothing with. I've never seen Italy do so well. They have Minamoto's concubines listed here as relations. A baby boy. Now you can only have 5 children at a time. That's how big they made the list. So that's how many children you're allowed to have. Now, sadly, the people you send on these, they're not in any danger. They won't shoot the messenger. You can't take your political rivals and send them and hope that they get executed. Everyone in this country just turns right for their pictures. Everyone here looks left. Venetians. Alright, so what do Venetians feel about silk? 2.6. 4.2. That was selling or buying? You do the same thing if I go the other way to selling to Venetians. What would the Venetians sell that the Uyghurs want? What could you get from Italy? 2.3 for medicine? Do the Uyghurs like medicine? No. $3.9 for gems from Italy. Just works in the silk trade at the moment. Just sometimes the merchants all go home. Venice is spread across almost the entire world. You're going to ask me every time about what you're going to do. What's the point of letting you do it, Hojo? So, Minamoto here. He reigned in May of 1193, which is where we are now. He arranged a grand hunting festival called the Fuji no Makigari on May 16th. His 12-year-old son Tori, close enough game. Yes, that is a 12-year-old. 11, that is an 11-year-old boy. He shot a deer for the first time. Our son, he's not great. Hunting was stopped and a festival was held in the evening. He rejoiced in his son's achievement and sent a messenger to his wife, Masako. But Hojo Masako sent the messenger back, saying that a military commander's son being able to shoot a deer is nothing to celebrate. What the heck? He was so happy and proud of his son. His wife's like, big tough deal. Who cares? I can do that. Oh, you don't like Sushi Mikado either? Congratulations, a baby girl. fits. That's the most you've ever done in one turn, my man. Can't you be that effective every season? And the Chinese are just leaving us alone at this point. They have 4,000. How much you need to buy, you know, arms-wise is always very... seems almost random to me. My wife doesn't like you. China's kind of falling apart a little bit. I don't think I've ever seen the Ayubids take off like this. Oh, Korea has decided to stop yelling at me and go somewhere else. Looking for a good advisor. Wow. I like the idea that one of the AI actually, because there's no difficulty settings on this, you just make this as hard as you want against yourself by picking great positioning. I like the idea of one AI actually doing a world conquest. I've never seen the AI do it. And then getting stonewalled by me long enough that their entire country fragments. China just failed to invade Korea? What? Mingzong, you held off China with 2 units? With 2 minutes remaining. Two Lancers versus a Nomad and 2 catapults. Yeah, I can see that. The later you get into the game, the more oh hey, oh, Manhime. Ataka Keyama, don't worry that she's 10. Guess this is my destiny. There's some awkwardnesses when it comes to the children. That's what's left of France, that's what's left of Italy. This is England. Not to mention what's first you think about it from the point where what we had to do, we had to have men be in charge, because that's what they did. Well, pretty much most of history went like that. But then you have to make the game feel like it moves faster. You gotta be able to make children useful at a younger age than real life, of course, right? But a 10-year-old leading an army? Have you ever met a 10-year-old? And then on the other end of it, the spectrum, the 10-year-old getting married. Now that seems more of a realistic thing of what would have happened. Betrothing children and but being forced to go through with those marriages. Being forced to marry a 10-year-old girl. Have you met a 10-year-old? There's no winning from either perspective. markets are bare. Man, we've not had any luck. Looking for generals, you can get a chance of rolling there's a really good chance of getting a good general in certain places. Like if you invade England or look for generals there's a decent chance you could get Robin Hood, who'd imagine is quite good. Korea's created a buffer around us. Look at all that food coming in. Our harvest is abundant enough, thank you. Hey, they're back. I wonder why they decided to stop at 33. It's just, for the numbers to increment, like, the way they decided to number the board. Start with Mongolia. Okay, fine, it's Genghis Khan. And then next to Mongolia, alright, 2, 3, nah, crap, we can't go that way. Alright, 4, 5, 8, 9. Ah, crap, we forgot about Korea. Alright, we're not redrawing it. Jump up here. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Then they get here and go, shit. Alright, well, we get this far with 3. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We missed Asia. Alright, we missed Southern Asia. Let's just finish this up. 21, 22, 23. Where were we? Alright, 24. 25, 26. And then we'll just fill it in the rest. 20, 30. Why not just draw a line? Why not just go in a line? Europe is very much just, you know, they picked a direction they were coming from and just numbered as they went. The Middle East makes sense. All the Mediterranean makes sense. Lots of room for their elephants to graze. Typhoon! Here, sorry guys about the typhoon. Your emperor is here for you. Made me think of the King and I. You ever remember that old Rodgers and Hammerstein movie? The typhoon was serious. All of it. I mean, to be fair, our entire nation is coastal. Every last bit of it. Remind me of the King and I when discussing when the King of Thailand was being asked about the conflict in America and Abraham Lincoln's war. He offers to send some elephants to help them in their battle. Originally, he sends 2 male elephants so they can breed and help with the war efforts, and he's corrected. He goes, "Okay, you fix." I wonder who's not all E's. Incredible. I just noticed that Syria, I guess, declared its independence. Baby boy. Your genetics are powerful. You do not yet have a viable heir. Yori is not great. The Lionheart defeated. He took a roundabout way to get to the Crusades. He started in England, went to France, crossed through Germany, through Poland, Ukraine, Russia, Western Russia. I guess when he got out as far as the steppe, he was gonna turn south, reach his goal. Didn't make it. He was trying to escape. I think he was just trying to escape the horde of the Islamic nation. What are you up to, Abdel Awal? You have two guys with no armor. It's just you and your... it's the perfect example of why guys grow facial hair. This is what you look like without it. This is what you look like with it. This is why everyone has facial hair nowadays. You just look cooler with it. Two guys on horseback with bows. Yori Yori, we can send him home. He's done a good job. China has begun attacking the Ayyubids. Skirmishes in the desert. The Ayyubids might actually be the first to reach me. Army's fine. A mischievous boy. The sharpest. Now, if there was a spreadsheet, I guess I could make a spreadsheet. It'd only take time. Fur feels like it'd be the cheapest. At the Uers. of Italy has perished in Russia. Sakura's already grown up. Oh. I need a general. Marry my daughter. I need someone new for her to call daddy. Fujimasa, you look like you'd treat her right. You showed up to your job interview in your hat, freshly shaven. Congratulations immediately, as soon as we make room in the house. Another girl. A harvest. Wonder if that's additive or multiplicative to our current 105. Down to 0.5 rating. It's additive. Well, we have so much food. Hey, for the first time, the Islamics are here. Yeah, they're big on medicine. Let's buy 3,000 of medicine. World leaders in world tech. Just buy all the silk. A mischievous boy. That guy was at least 18. And the worst part about it is that an 18-year-old boy wouldn't want anything to do with a 10-year-old girl. But for some reason, you offer a 10-year-old girl to like a 40, 50-year-old guy, and they stop complaining, and it's... Islamics are the ones with the spices, I'd imagine. I'm also out of money. Gotta be someone good here somewhere. Yeah, your generals all age. The army will stay the same. These 20 units of samurai will survive the ages. Apparently this game is also on the Sega Genesis. Probably, I think I might play that one the next time, just because I want to hear the sound effects. Probably sound awful on the Genesis. A drought. It was just abundant. It's fine. They released a lot of Super Nintendo games also on the Genesis, and sometimes it's really bad. It sounds so awful. We have 3 boys. How many children do we have at this point? Well, we have 5. We need to stop visiting. We'll stop visiting our wife for a while. We need to focus on getting more men. I need to get my milkshake better than this. India pushing back China. France staying alive. Man, the people really don't care about food much at all. Like, yeah, but give me that money. Appropriate. Your boss gives you... It's the difference between your boss giving you a bonus paycheck and a pizza party. But to be fair, let's say, Nocturne, you get a $500 pay, bonus from your boss. If he also bought you instead $500 worth of pizza, I just think the pizza party as a bonus is just really cheap. Not that it's not appreciated, it's just it's nowhere near as cost as effective. I don't feel nearly as appreciated. Ah, my new general. You look like a child. Promotion. Naruto. Welcome. Now, as much as I love pizza, I don't think I'd be able to eat $500 worth of pizza before it went bad. Or I would, and I would die. I'll compare you first. Your older brother, who's 10 years older than you. 20-year-old Yori. He's not the worst. He's not great. Or Naruto. The sharpest blade. Oh my. We have a contender for the throne. Time to go knock our wife up. Now, I've never seen that series. That's how I picture it. My son does the run, and that's really really goofy. When he's excited, when he runs, he throws his hands behind him like he's Sonic or something. No good applicants here at the hiring office. It's like walking up to a farmer and saying, hey, we're having open casting calls for for the cabinet. To be fair, that's how the American cabinet, this is how the letters would look at the current establishment. That'd be a fun mod, or just Photoshop mock-up. Oh, it's America. Let's take a look. View ruler. Political E. War E. Leadership D. Charm A. What the heck? Body 2 out of 15. Guess I have a lot of people following him. Why would you hire someone as an advisor with all E's? Because they listen to the guy with slightly higher letters than him. You don't actually want an advisor that can advise. You want an advisor that's just a yes man. Room for one more child. Now, one thing I do appreciate: wives do not age. The only people in this with portraits in this that don't age are the wives. The wives will be around in their current state until their husband perishes. It's time to get her, find her a husband. We need to make room in the house for the next girl. That's the look of a guy who's being told he has to marry a daughter. A 10-year-old named Do-Man, bro. They always sound so sad about it too. Guess this is my destiny. The Chinese are not the Chinese don't want this. Kind of hoping the next guy was going to be awesome. Only the Islamic right here. Suppose if I lived in a desert, I would make a lot of glass as well. Hey, we're getting somewhere. France has made it further than England. France has almost made it to Mongolia. Oh, goodbye, France. My apologies for pointing it out. People of England have taken over. Another baby girl. Slightly. Medicine seems to be 0.1 above regardless. Islamic glass into Chinese seems to be a profit. Yeah, because Islamic is glass. Yeah, it is. Cool. Son Goku. Oh, look at that smug face. Welcome. Smug son, let's take a look at you. I like the idea that you have developed all of your life stats by age 10. By that point, you can no longer grow or achieve anything greater or worse. This is just the way you will be until you age and your body breaks down. You a copy of your brother? No, you're better than your brother. Son Goku, the strongest. Ikemoto needs to go. And Hataka Keyama. Keeping in mind our wife has had like 8 children now. What's up, guys? Hey, the Venetians are here. They've made it. Welcome, guys. Venetians want medicine. No, no one wants medicine. China's barely hanging on. And that's it. China's done. Korea has taken out China. Figure it won't hurt just to max out all of the specialty goods. A baby girl. Get him, Naruto. How dare you? There's just there might be no good randos in Japan. Never mind. Takamoto. Welcome. Eat my words immediately. Found a man, an A-rankman. Who is the most charming man in our empire? Our country? It's actually Yoshitsune. Yeah, we can flood your mailbox too. Yo, repelled. Ouch, my back hurts. Minamoto. The power of dice rolls as we get older. Italy is done. All that remains is the Ayyubids, India, and that's it. Minamoto here is now 61 years old. His body has gone down from a 14 to a 10. None of his other stats will change. He'll be able to do less and less as he continues to age. Sora, welcome. Sweet headband. You were just the worst of all your brothers. Every year when the year rolls around, the chance of you aging grows. But it's still just a chance, so with save states, or saving, you could have a guy theoretically live forever. None of my boys ended up being in politics. Oh, Blizzard. Let's let Hojo fix that. Very aggressive Ayubis. I'm thinking one thing that could be fun to do when you get this level of like wealth is just stay in one place and send out expeditions. Would send out Sora with a bunch of units and tell them to go have fun, go on a campaign. Do good things for the motherland. A good economy rating. And then 4 girls. Well, that's all we're getting for boys then, I guess. Doubt we're gonna live another 10 years. Oh good, a baby boy. Uh, hmm. We have a reason to live for 10 more years. It is weird that we dress up all of our daughters exactly the same. Oh, Joe's dead. Well, not Yoshitsune. Yoshitoki. My son-in-law. I think he married Sakura. Oh, now a typhoon. We really need someone with good political skill. So when Minamoto dies, his children will no longer be his children. All of the children you have not promoted or what have you will vanish into the ether. Rolling this really terrible die. Looking for someone with political skill. Right, I am too tired. I should go rest. Done for the season. How are you getting away with still being alive? There's 18 of you in there. The Albu Biker Empire. Hiring nobodies just so we can get our daughters out of the house. The rebels won the war. So hard to find a person worth a dang. It's like online dating. just drew like the one portrait for Japanese daughters. Man, you think these dating apps are wild now? You only get to look at 2 people all season. "18 guys in 31. They should send more with the description. Imagine how detailed a game like this nowadays would be, though. It'd be overly complex. Dang it. Buffers commands ever so slightly. Nakata. You get these stats, but then they would have all sorts of things on there. How good they are in certain areas, and how they love long walks on the beach. No one in Japan understands politics. To be fair, Minamoto was the one who brought together all the warlords and set himself up as the ruling leader of the shogunate that he created, beginning an age of feudalism which would last 500-600 years? It was the 1700s when they finally changed the system. It lasted a while. We're getting about 2,000 today for food. Our agriculture is at 199. It's a little out of control right now. Shut it down. Buy a shitload of gems so I can make room to sell food. And then go hit up the market looking for men. Damn. We've got everything we need right here. Wow. We haven't saved in 25 years. 35 years. Should probably do that once in a while. More modern versions of this would probably include being able to pay resources into upgrading generals. Is that something that you'd expect this game to be able to have? Especially since the generals are aging and dying anyway, so you're putting time and effort and money into upgrading individuals that won't be around. Like, Nobunaga's ambition tried to do something like this, and I haven't played it, I've seen it played through a little bit. They finally fixed their fragmented empire, and they're start looking to close the gap on India, which has made its way up to Mongolia. A few fractured states along the way there. A D is better than nothing. Nothing but ease. There's enough variety in the portraits, I find it hard to believe they had up to 200 agriculture. I find it hard to believe that it was just like a face generator spitting these out. There's a surprising amount of detail on these pictures at the same time. Oh, she's different. Our one daughter that looks different than the others. How old are we now? Nice. Nice. How old are you, Yoshitoki? I got a little bit of time before you start to perish. I don't think anyone else actually ages and gets worse body count over time. I think only the ruler does. Everyone else just goes at full ham until they drop. Dude, Yubits could make contact with me in Minamoto's lifetime. This desert folk is seeing terrains and region they've only ever dreamed about. The rate's 0.5. Don't you dare come asking me to sell thousands of silk. A C in politics. Amazing. Pretty delicious to max out our gold here. Max out our food. Damn. Didn't make it to Minimoto. Who shall be our successor? 11 with 12. Or 11 with C. 12 with C. Leader of Japan. Behold, our new king, our new emperor. Behold, our new wife, Kazuko. You two with no children. Need to work on that. Well, your dad did a lot of work there. This place pretty much runs itself now. Oh, Goku's wearing a hat. I thought he had, like, pointy hair. This isn't a bandana, it's the bottom of a hat. Everything is slightly more expensive to do. Not nearly as good as our father was. All she wants is more territory, and all I want is more babies. We can't hire a better advisor. Maybe we can make one. You young kids and your uppity ideas about expansion. Love India? Nah. I sent you a drought in the mail. Oops, the whole point was to spend money. We could just dump this extra cash into infrastructure. But alas. $100, $200, $100. Looking pretty. Now, something wild is that if this was like Crusader Kings, and you had secession by, you know, like this, and males only, all related. If Son Goku here were to die right now, the game would end. Yori, Naruto, and Sora would be eligible heirs. Which actually ended up being like the demise of the Mongol horde. When Genghis Khan died and fractured his kingdom amongst all his sons, and none of them got along or agreed with things, and so it actually is very important to get Minamoto was apparently very fertile. Her mama pushed out like 9, 10 children in her lifespan. We need a male heir. We'll worry about the rest later. We need a son, and our son needs brothers. I'm gonna spend my entire reign as emperor going home and boning my wife. Occasionally we'll look at the economy. Things are looking good. Unless a plague hits us right now. Kazuko, please. That's what you're threatening me with? 5 catapults, a couple archers, and 5 guys on foot. We're almost at maxed out population, so let's dial that back. Yeah, you seem to be taking a break. Are we not charming enough to seduce our wife? Typhoon! Man, Typhoon hurt. Knocked out 23 points of economy, 60 points of agriculture. What if I just give her a break from all the boning? The economy, loyalty, the agriculture, the money, the food, population, the army, the arms, the training, generals, nothing to fix our lack of children, Kazuko. Ma'am, are you even trying? Goku's trying to explain to her that his mother got pregnant at the drop of a hat many, many times. In the Japanese, and European versions of this, there is a harem subgame where you can interact with your wives. Kadu Empire with 0 training, 0 arms, 3 nomads. In the American version, the harem subgame was completely removed. As a result, the process of producing an heir is simplified and does not involve the romance simulation aspects found in other versions. You have to actually romance your wife and get her to say, "Oh, I missed you" when you show up. The European version probably isn't too different. Don't know how well I'd fare playing this game in a different language. An epidemic. Epidemics can damage your body points. Like, you could get sick, and then you could get better, or you could die. Anyone could. Well, it's usually anyone between like you and your advisor. In 15 years, we should drop a save. I have no daughters. I have no sons. Interesting fact about your wife is that the province you're in when you take over indicates what portrait of wife you get. So if Richard the Lionheart made it to China before perishing, his son would take over and would have an Asian bride. We're 33 years old, man. This run's going to fail because she won't give me a child. 11 years and no children. The rebels keep winning in Tibet. Those monks are powerful. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! A typhoon! A typhoon. A typhoon wiped out 2,000 of the population. General Yoshitsune has passed away. All of the generals are going to start to do that. I feel like we had worse luck looking for a son than looking for a general who understands politics. Very mysterious, mischievous. Yeah, your wife just really doesn't like you, man. Alright, so information about the pregnancy game in this. While they removed the harem subgame in the American version, they left in the love ratings of how much each bride likes her significant other. So Temujin's wife, Bort, she is maxed out as high as it can be. Michael the Seventh's, which we would have seen somewhere over here, is the lowest it can be. And each child you have with that wife increases the rating. So after she gives birth to our heir, that'll increase how much she loves us. So it'll be easier to make the next child. So I suppose girls aren't entirely useless. Womp womp. A overall value in-game you can see by how much they like seeing you versus dislike seeing you. Because the true scale is hard to see, as they removed many other phrases. So the only possible good one is "I've missed you so." And there's a bunch of negative ones as well. But what they say is not indicative of whether that made a baby or not. It's just a dice roll every time. And if it worked, then it happens a year later. Here we are on the spring of 1, 2, 3, 4. The child's stat is locked in at birth. The only thing that is dice rolled upon promoting is body points, so you could save scum to make sure that your child gets body points of 15. And each wife comes with their own trait. A series of traits for each of the stats. So instead of giving it to the generals and to the leaders, the leader doesn't dictate what his kids look like. The wife does. Why they push the stats onto the wife is beyond me, but that's why all of Genghis Khan's kids are all the same, with charm, war, leadership, and always terrible in politics, because Borch is terrible in politics. I feel like that's unnecessary. Your wife doesn't change, so no, it is the leader still, because the leader dictates what the wife is. That might be where the data's stored, but that's just where the pointer's looking. 71 years old, Yoshitoki. You're doing alright, man. At this point, we're 39. Our child is 5. It's about where I am. I'm a little younger, and my son's a little younger. Since they removed the harem minigame, there's no way for a player to figure out the love rating or the traits of the ruler's wife. The only way to find out is by just seeing the children or using a hex editor. Typhoon. There's only one way to. Alright, so another interesting thing here that I've only seen happen kinda one time ever. I mentioned before how an epidemic could hit and you or your advisor could get ill, and then over a period of time your body points will either go down, you know, like be like a 5 out of 9. This would also be the same thing if you took the lead in combat and got injured. Over time you'll either get better, or that number will stay permanent and the other one will match, and you'll just become permanently maimed. Or you die from your injuries. That's more or less how that works. There's a third person that can get ill from a plague, and that is your wife. And if she was to get ill and doesn't recover and dies, your ruler will not remarry. The only way to get a new wife is to get a new successor. Because he will come with his own bride. Oops. Keep doing it. Each wife... Yeah, the game... Yeah, it's... That would be... And well, at that point, what you'd have to do... How was it enough? Is then just finish the game. You have to conquest before you die. Michael II's wife, Theodora, is the least fertile woman in the game. No, it's a brilliant plan. If that means all the soldiers should be on the front lines, so you'd be free and clear in the back row. The hexadecimal makes it look like, in order to get, all right, no, right. If he's not told, this man is 73 years old. He is on the way out. Very much so, on the way out. You would expect Theodora to produce one child every 40 in-game years. Browsing through the hex editor guide for this to get the real data. So the wives do not have an age stat. They don't have the dice roll for getting older and losing body points, as they are not assigned body points. So Minamoto there, he would have been about 70 when he passed, the 6-year-old. Because the wife does not age, they will continue. If you were to save. So if I wanted to keep Minamoto alive, I could do it. It would be very frustrating after a while. But I absolutely could just reload until Son Goku would pass the dice roll of surviving that next month, that next year. Wives have 3 actual. They have 3 bites for use for their health. They were just marked as healthy, plagued, or dead. There's no in between because they don't have body points. Single digits, not even a full bite. As is their love rating. No need to change the code that much, though, when you're just porting a game over to an easier country that doesn't like boning. Oh, here comes T-Mobile, creeping up. We'll see if it calms down. As frames are lost, we'll see if T-Mobile calms down a little bit. Gets his act together. Way to go, Naruto. You run that country. When anime takes over. So if we have to roll, a d20. For example, to get pregnant, we have to roll like a d19, d20 in order to do this. We might just have a supremely infertile wife here. Well, hopefully our son's wife likes him more than ours does. I'd rather think it's just she doesn't like him over infertility. A girl. Alright, our heir. What are we working with here? Made one son in 30 years. Awesome. Suppose I could have saved for that. Save scum that, but yep, you get what you get. D in politics, 9 body. Hopefully that snowball effect really takes off. Surprised the Ayubids are really slowed down. Maybe they changed rulers. Now India wants to ally. The Ayubids are closing in. Send this child. Tell India to give up. Oh wait, what? No! Perfect! China has given in. Why would they give up? I'm a singular nation. There's 10 units in there. Damn, maybe Sephiroth has some moves. Hey, are either of you good at diplomacy? Dasa is. Both of you are. Alright, go get him, China. We Japanese people will stay here. The Indians that had taken China and threw in the towel. Japanese in name only. Eight artillery, 2 count up. Weird. It says there's all those numbers, but they really only have 1 nomad, or 1 Mongol, and 5 archers. So lived our outlier. You thought surrendering to me means I would protect you, didn't you? Do you think the same way? Can this small child convince you otherwise? No. Yeah, Ubids have finally made contact. Welcome to Japan. Give up. Imagine if the entire map then turned yellow. Just the smallest dice roll that... Let's roll that D1000. Typhoon! players in 5 and 10 have both died. Perhaps your new leader. If I was the Ayyubids, I would be so frustrated that you'd have to. It would take so long to get everything east. Korea, just still hanging in there. Korea hanging in there. Lord, Son Goku, your brother has passed. Years old. Bountiful harvest. The Ayub is once again on our borders. $45 gold. That was a big portion of their money. 5 catapults. China would definitely do better overall, if they didn't, the AI didn't spend all its money on catapults and artillery. Or if it was better. I gave you a chance. Now you are of the Ayuvids. The only ones left are us and Korea. Korea just hit the blizzard. Oh. We've done it. We have achieved complete isolationism. Surrender. Give in to the might of Son Goku. Now this here is what we call a good old-fashioned stalemate. Now, I doubt the AI has to worry about having heirs. Sure, it just generates whatever it needs. The Ayubids ended up winning. It was down to just the Ayubids, Korea, and Japan. I can't imagine the AI could get 20 units over here. Even if they did. Even if they did, then the AI would have to make the conscious choice to try to punch up against 20 samurai. If they're sitting in China, then they're going to be able to hire catapults. If they're in Korea, they'll probably have a lot of maybe nomads, maybe lancers. I don't know what you can hire over there. But I usually don't sit in Korea. Oh, our daughter is ready. Sure, I had this guy at some point. He's a 52-year-old man. Marry my daughter. She's 10. Now that would be interesting. Because you can always hire a unique unit. And compared to everywhere else, Mongolia is kind of in a terrible position. You could beeline for a more defensible spot. Or beeline to China. Still hire your Mongols. Hey, with the right mercenaries available, we could hire knights, really. Genghis Khan himself, a strong advocate of a meritocracy, meaning your performance and your abilities dictated how far you would go. 56 years old. If he lived forever, he probably would have conquered forever. The lack of his children being able to get along led to the fragmentation of his empire that he made and built. Definitely there would have been a numbers problem happening of the number of Mongolians versus the people that were getting conquered. With that large a span, like it was vast. It was like all of this was Mongolia. Like Genghis Khan was far more successful than Alexander the Great. Not that great. I've seen better. DNA researchers say that 1 in 200 men share DNA with Genghis Khan. The man got around. 3 fragmentations at the same time. I feel like the Ayubas must have just lost their leader. General Nagata. I found the Nakata to replace Nakata. I thought that was coming at us. I got a little excited. How frustrated. Yeah, you guys must be. These are horse lords. They don't know anything about crossing the sea. You could just take the bridge to England. You can see it from the other side. It's not that far. Right? The English Channel is like a football field across, right? Imagine the Sea of Japan's quite larger. Meanwhile, a bounty. Another bounty. Oh, that's what's happening here. By slipping into anime terms, the game has then inputted modern-day Japanese fertility rates, where no one's having kids anymore. I see. So as long as our air can produce children, this is pretty much how it would go for the rest of time. I don't think there's any world where the AI could actually be a threat. This is just a run I thought of. And I wanted to just kind of flip through it. See how well just purposefully sitting back could go. Definitely would not have put money on the Ayubids taking the world. The screen here that consists of like a map with tattered edges, sort of like design all through it. I do like the overlap here. Not covering up anything important. The fact that there's a bit of a curve to the map. Like, it's simple, the number system makes no sense, but it's there. They didn't just black out the map with the parts they didn't feel like using, they just... It's cold up there. It's hot down there. They even put a bit of a plateau for Tibet. There's many numbers. It's pretty simplistic overall. Put a lot of hours into it. Makes me wonder if there is an end date to this. With a fertile enough bloodline. Something I might do off camera is just turn on the turbo. Oh, the music's good. Combat music's pretty good too. Not that Isolationist Japan has any reason to view that at all. I've missed you, Kazuko. It's been months. I'm assuming if I am keys at doing the advisory work, I'm not then going home instead. Could I get this up to 1999? Do you think they programmed this to tick the uptick into the 13th century, 14th, 15th, with the millennium scroll over? What do you think, Naruto? I don't know. Politics is so complicated. That's a screenshot. Threatening me with your catapults. You're attempting to amass an army, but you've put 9 useless units in there. There's 20 in there. They kept... Now, they did keep the policies that I changed in China to 100% food. It's actually working out for them. I guess to be thorough, I could throw us into battle with China as a demonstrative kind of thing. May as well before we end the session. How old are we now? 65 years old. Naruto is 68. Our son Sephiroth. Our brother Sora, who is also perishing. We're all old. If you don't have enough generals will provide it for you. Flags are where you can place your units. Your leadership determines how many of these you get per turn, between 1 and 3, and you can bank up to 3. What the weather is, that only seems to affect mobility and days. You've been at this. First, let's look at what is our plan? So far, what is everyone doing? Delegated means the AI's got it. Who is on the field? escape routes to the various provinces. To escape to 10, you gotta go to one of those. 11, 13, 9, 5. On the other side, guess I could have brought Naruto, made him not the advisor for a little bit. Hey, Ikimichi's pretty good. Hey, so are you? So, full reference. The art, the art's really good for the units. From 1 to 200 is how much health each of these units have. Like troops per unit. What their training is like, their overall mobility, what their armed ammunition is, how much food they have left, and their current sitting morale. Ours are the same from top to bottom. Sets of archers, not well trained. They have 4 shots. It's a singular guy pushing a catapult that's the size of him. May as well be a shopping cart. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Alright. Well, it's time to see if it goes to 5 digits. Game's on autopilot. Alright, reform. If you have 2 units that are next to each other, and there's room in the units, you can tag them in, tag them out. That's how I usually fight. I'll usually have a single unit and 3 blank spots, send the others in, and then as they get hurt, have them fall back and reform. You can also order people, move to a location, chase a unit, chase and attack. Attack the closest person to you, ambush somewhere, lie in wait. Ambushing is supremely powerful if you can get that to work. You can supply somewhere, or you tell a unit to flee. Supplying is either plundering from a town, doesn't do great things with the stats of that place, or hunting in the woods. Or tell the AI to do it. Diving right for. So I don't know how the computer does the math for these auto battles, but it works supremely in your favor. I think it just lines up the stats of the units and presses them against each other, taking out of account terrain or mobility, any of that. kind of hilarious. Just immediately drop them because the stats just looked at the archers' inability to melee combat and slap it up against the samurai's perfect combat. I didn't even get a chance to show off. What the actual in-battle music is like. You'll take... Now, you can do, like, every... Oh, this is the worst. So not even gonna fight me. Just want to show off a encounter. Fujishiro. You don't want to put any of your generals in charge as a governor. You don't have to. You just say no, and they'll pick a rando. Okay, good. If we attack 6, they can't run away now. What's up? What should I do? You don't know. You're helping my LPing. It's great. Perfect. I have just enough admin skill to dismiss you as an advisor. You can join us on the playing field. Mongols. Mongols. Alright, let's boogie. So you deploy, and the ones that come out, that's the order they're going to go in. So what we can do here, you press R or L, you see how much health you have left. We have how much ability we have left. how many shots we have, how many turns until the fight is over, what the weather is. The weather makes no difference in this. Hear about us, because we can read about them. Zhaozong. You have the AI take over. Revive is for confusion. The attack, we can slice, which is our goal. In which case you'll engage a melee with an enemy. Or you can charge them. It's supposed to be more damage if you're good at it. Higher chance of being confused. Getting confused and confusing. You can also lead the unit. Revive might also not work. This will power up this unit, but put Son Goku in harm's way. When he takes damage, he could take body point damage. So they're definitely trying to gun him down. Of all the choices, they're going right for Goku. Incredible. The horse archers are much better at this archery thing than we are. Mongols are really good units. However, the way they should have, the Mongols should have been in the back row with the Lancer and Mameluke in front. As those horses are confounded by those tiny fences. Now, if you're the one attacking, the AI will bunch up in a corner and just sit there and wait for you to come to them, whether they have ranged units or not. So what you would do, and why wouldn't you? You ride up until you're just out of their range. You slide up, you take shots until your ability's down to 2, and then you back up. The AI will never engage you that way. Not sure what the goal there was, man, but I guess the AI knows the Mongols are worse than the samurais in sword-to-sword combat. going out with a bang. Neat thing is that of the soundtrack you can hear there, the little rattling ticket attacks underneath like the entirety of it, that's only there because we have mounted units. If both sides were just on feet, that sound would not be there in the track. Most people would never know that, because why would you not have a mounted unit? When playing in Europe, I usually don't bother with the overpriced knights. They're good for AI spam, but if I'm doing fighting, I'd usually take just like a pikeman and like 3 crossbowmen. And that would be my unit to fight randos in a field, try to ambush. A lot of the easiest ways to play in Europe is just play defensive, let them waste their units attacking you, and then you strike back. Okay, that's wild. Here's what Revive does. Spend 4. Honk. Spend 4. And they're fine. If you charge into a confused enemy, there is a higher chance of you getting confused as well. That must have been really low because we are so much higher than that. Now we only have 3 turns left. That's not a problem because at the end of the round, we get our ammunition back. So if these guys want a round 2, they're gonna have to send a Mameluke and a Lancer into 4 bowmen. So if you successfully manage to ambush an enemy, then they get all 4 of the enemy units appear confused, randomly scattered on the field. And that's what makes ambushing so powerful. Now it is possible and that's what they were trying to do to Son Goku. We are cutting this man to pieces. It is possible to revive out of confusion on your own. You can get a lot of damage done in that meantime. Keeping in mind that you're the wounded one. Alright, your move. Are you sure about that? Never actually managed to kill someone like this. Only wound. Come on. Come on. Got like 11 more shots. Why? You think to yourself, why are there samurai and not ninja? Well, how helpful would a ninja be on a battlefield? What if every country has ninjas, and we only hear about the Japanese ones because they're the worst? Come on. Do it. Kill the man. It doesn't work. If you cut down the leader, the entire unit falls. I've learned something new. The two of you, are you really? Lining up for the slaughter. I still have arrows. I'm not concerned about taking a little bit of damage. And if a group of samurai were to approach some unsuspecting archers on foot, that did 27 points of 20-something points of damage in one strike. Now, I don't think how many troops are left in the unit determines the damage they do. They fight at full strength until they drop. Your odds of getting dropping morale just goes up. You're getting confused. So brave. So in these AI battles, the Mongols will always outperform samurai. Won't even... Okay. Wei Wang. Anyway. Oh no, that poor guy. Turns out how he ended up dying anyway. And the future refused to change. Alright, so we're gonna dial this back to when, before we showed off the invasion mechanics. And, I think I'll just I'll run through the clock and see how long. It'll probably take a while, even on turbo, but this was fun. Maps. Next time.